Demon Bluff? Yeah, it's very good. Great game. Oh, YouTube chat. Hey, Lumiere. How's it going? Used to use a good bowl of tapioca noodles. Used to hate it a lot, but now you guess you just had bad noodles. I've never heard of tapioca noodles. What are those like? Also, the game is not full screen, I can tell. It's lying to you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sorry, Mr. Root Trees are dead.exe. Won't happen again. My fault. I get what I deserve. And you know what? It's still not right. Windowed. Full screen. I guess it's alright. You know what? Alright, fine. Very well. You want to play more, but you've done it all? Yeah, it definitely feels like a game where you could just burn yourself out a little bit. Are you a root tree too? You might be, Muds. You never know. It was made of tapioca flour? Huh. I've never had it. Maybe one day. It's still, I can see it. I can see it, the root trees are dead. It's not full screen. Wait, I'm doing full screen exclusive, I guess. You can't see it, but I can see it. There's like a 1 pixel white line outlining the game if you go to full screen and not exclusive full screen. I don't like it. What's the resolution set to? 100%. Maybe I need to crank it up. Does that look different? Go to windowed. Set to my monitor's resolution. Save. Settings. Full screen. Good idea, but no, I guess I'm just gonna have to live like this. Or I have to play an exclusive full screen. What's wrong with, wait, what's wrong with exclusive full screen? Nothing? I think nothing. Wait, it's the same. How odd. You're right, I'm getting the VIP experience. You're not wrong. Hold on a minute. Where's my song? Let's just get this shit rolling. I'll review in silence while we listen.
Inflation is rising and so is our pride.
Pick our own fate, make love not hate.
They fight overseas, but we'd rather skate.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies
Here
blush.
come the cats, here come the souls of the damned.
Tonight, what a
Oh man.
rolling.
That's tough, man. A little agony.
Politicians at large are whole.
Yeah, I forgot about this guy.
In charge are all clowns.
Parties so
Him.
better than protest.
So signs up while we boogie down, 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 down.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
That song is such a banger, man. They cooked with that one. Alright, let's review, shall we? So we got Guy Hudson and his wife, whose name was... Where's Guy Hudson? Patricia Jones, right? We got these two, and they basically just had an open relationship and enjoyed going at it with everyone effectively. So that leads us here. We got 5Ps, the rapper, and his mom who OD'd, I believe, and then he's actually Guy Hudson's son. And you got his second affair with one of his secretaries, Christine Farrow, who marries Steve Garland, and then they go and have these two kids. One of them is Guy Hudson's son. Probably the older one, which I think is James. Oh, we have this person who we don't know who this is. And then we have Sonia, the Brazilian news anchor, who has this son who's also a hot news anchor, and we don't know her last name for her maiden name. And then we have the principal of the school that does like the language interpretation, the whatever it's called. She had an affair as well, and we don't know who that is. Okay, and then we got over here, we got Miracle, who had a little affair with Mary Beth Quaker, the little dirty dog. And then that gave us Mark Clementine, aka Crocodile Mark, who got his ass beat at his daughter's graduation. So we need to figure out who his kids are. And then apparently one of his kids has a kid. And then over here, we got Elias Roottree, who cheated on his wife with this nameless author who died in a hurricane like an idiot. And we don't know shit about these people. I don't know a thing about these people. So that's the quick reminder for myself. So I'd like to start probably by finishing up this section, and then we can move over to here, is my feeling. So we need to figure out who Guy Hudson's third affair was. And I think that's where we need to begin. You cheated on Cranberry with Pun Pun? Damn. How's Cranberry gonna take that? Roottreemania is weird because I don't remember, like, anything. And you know why I don't remember anything? It's because this Roottreemania is so much like reading. Right, Seisley Sanchez had the Forbidden Pictures. Don't forget about Basilbub, the evil talking fish. Christmas 1979, went to Brazil. Won the Roottree Brazil factory. Okay. Leslie Sanchez, the lawyer. She was, let's see, let's review. Who the hell was... I think we can just do some spider searching. Can I go to history? Let's see if we can find anything good in here. Leslie Sanchez. Portrait of a Changed Man. Oh, she's an author. Do you think Leslie Sanchez is the other person? You think this is just her? What if she was the third affair? We got red herring again last time? No, we could look up red herring. Ah, this is the old guy. Aloysius herring root tree, aka red. It's gonna take me a bit to get my bearings, is all. So I think what we'll do is we'll go look at... So company records, we know for sure that the last person that is in the Guy Hudson affair like group is gonna be someone in here probably. I need to get our timing. So Guy takes over in 1978, right? So I think this one, it's 1975 to 1982. We know this one's 1982, and I think this one's 1980? Because when does he go to Brazil? Here's the ball. He goes to Brazil in 1979. So this one's like 1979 Christmas, right? Because it's Christmas in the picture. Which puts us at... Wait, when does that put us? Because they're in sequential order, I assume. Yeah, this Susan Ford gets hired, and that's her. But her affair was later? I swear this song was way louder last time we played. I can hear myself think. Crank it up. I don't know, man. Guy Hudson just kind of like fucking partied out of control while he was in charge. So I think the last person in the affair is one of these people. So I think what we should do is we should start just kind of like... I know the game said don't go looking for specific people in here, but we should try to find if like any of these secretaries show up anywhere else, right? Just something to think about. Gwyneth Matz is no longer employed, but a Gwyneth Cattrall is now listed. Yeah, I think we know that person. That man was fucking constant, and so was his wife, man. They were on that shit. There's one more thing in the notable events. Wonder who it is. Your baby boy, Guy Chudson. That's what you're naming the thing that came out of the white monster can? Damn. Okay, did I leave myself some helpful notes, maybe? You were right, we were here. We were on Sonia. Trying to find what her name was. Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish Can. I wonder what I did with this. Well, I mean, let's just see. Mark Sanchez. Oh, these are the guys who died in the car crash. Okay. That's right, because if we go root tree curse, we can learn about the root tree curse, because the root trees are, the root tree deaths were faked, of course. That's right, and Ron Rootree's mother who died, her death was actually faked. And he's developing a secret candy recipe. All of this is true, by the way. Yeah, Sam Madsen's an anagram for am Madness, that's true too. Next year is a leap year. Overwood's looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Rootrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. What does this say? Oh, this is the old one. What about Thomas Overwood? I just gotta get my bearings. Yeah, this just takes us back here. The roottreemania is a little harder to pick up than the other regular roottree was, in my eyes. So I think we want to look for. Her maiden name, I believe, is where we want to start. Because we know her name was Sonia Suarez, but we don't know what her actual name was. So let's start looking for her. Is that not her name? Did I spell her name wrong? Sonia? Oh, there's an A in there. So that's Sonia Soares. Search doesn't return a page that lists the news anchor. That's right. So we got Flavio, and this guy we got here. Oh, search for the spouse. I don't know if I did that. Reading Ashley York. A bunch of. So Flavio's good. What's his name? Edward Soares? Edson. Sorry, Edson. As a politician, you find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988. Brazil was run by the military. Is this true, by the way? Was Brazil actually run by the military until 1988? It tells of a few politicians at the time. Or mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Let's highlight that. Get some new eyes in here. I think I did catch this before. Yeah, here's where I highlighted Sonia. Let's see if I got this one. So yeah, let's look around for, and we'll see if this goes anywhere. I wish I could just like take this and search it with like a click one, like a one click, you know. Telered is a former television station in Brazil. Came into being. This is online. I want to go about. Okay, so this is a dead end. I wonder if I need to search a periodical for this shit. Let's see if I can search up this place. Okay. But can I? This is the author of the game. Hold on, what happens if I look this guy up? Oh, this is from. I didn't catch this the first time around. This game is clearly inspired heavily by Oberdin and her story. I hope it stands on its own and that it feels like more of an homage than a ripoff. Thank you to Lucas Pope and Sam Barlow. You both ran so that I could walk. Also inspired by my participation in the world's largest trivia contest on 90 FM in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Thanks to everyone who organizes that competition year after year. Shout out to Portesi Frozen Pizza, which I've never tried but I've heard so much about. Oh, and the music's getting kind of loud. Hold on. Lastly, it's inspired by a core memory I have of browsing Beanie Babies' Mortal Kombat fan site somewhere around 1995 on my local library's dial-up connection. Thanks to the patient librarians in Bethel, Connecticut, who took the time to explain the internet and help change my entire life. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and simply type "I found the thing," all in capital letters in the "I found the thing" channel. Thanks. You guys want to go to the "I found the thing" channel and type "I found the thing"? I found the thing. Ruby Spratt, yeah. Mid-Eastern University. I know I read about this. This is the midway through Maine and Miami. How about the Spectres? No, okay. Trauma dumping in the "I found the thing" channel. Now you can do a little bit if you want. Just a little bit. Herald is a school newspaper. Okay, it appears to be okay. So we got access to the Herald for the Mid-Eastern University. Tried spider searching myself? No, I haven't. I don't have that kind of ego. Do you think that, well, let's go over here. We have the Herald, right? So we have another periodical. Mark Sanchez is not who I'm looking for. Who am I looking for? Mark Clementine, of course. Mark Clementine. Crocodile Clementine. Have I looked up the infamy list, by the way? Yeah, okay, it's back here. I'm sure I did. The basket baby. We once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses. She was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption. Yeah. And this is how we... Yeah, Mary Beth Clementine. And that's Mark. And that's Miracle and her kid. Adoption. Spokesman advocate for the benefits of adoption. And twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. Mary Beth Quaker, Edsel Sterling. We got those guys. I don't know how to find out more about Mark Clementine, man. This guy's a bit of an enigma. I'm just kind of jumping around looking for anything, but I'm afraid that I'm gonna be stuck here for a little bit while we figure out where the hell we were last week. I think you have to look Thomas Hughes up in... Oh god, there's so many of these now. I think he's in the Portland Telegraph? No, where is he? Maybe I just look at my history. Guy's not dead? I remember this. Yeah, there's a conspiracy theory that Guy Hudson is not dead. And then that gets us to an article from the... Yeah, and that gives us the... That gives us the picture... I think it's this. Is it this picture? No. This is young Chris Rafferty with unknown woman and Clark? Is that... Hang on a second. Is that Clark with hair? That is Clark with hair. Which also that means that this picture is wrong. That's not Susan Ford. Which I think means that would have to be this lady. And the name of his son? Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe we look Mark up in the... Because my thinking is... I'm getting off topic. Hold on. Mark Clementine. Right. And then I want to get to the bottom of this one. Where he punched the principal. So in San Diego, he visited his daughter's graduation. He punched the principal and got his shit rocked. Right. It's a tattoo thing linking the pictures, which appears to be wrong. But you're right, it was a tattoo thing. You need to go look at this picture. Which is... Not this one. Am I blind? Plated loaf? Beef baby? Where the fuck is that picture? The Christmas one in Brazil? Yeah, like, am I... Oh, there it is. I am blind. This isn't it. It's they're not right next to each other, are they? Here. These are definitely different people. This tattoo's further down. Right? It's just weird, because why would they have two people with a tattoo on their right hand, but they're different tattoos and different people? But like, look, this tattoo, I don't think it reaches. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It looks different, right? But it's very strange that those would be different, is it not? But like, this is going to her wrist. I guess it could be the same. I don't know. Dude on the right has an insane chest. Hold on. This guy? Or this guy? I do like the green suit. He looks pretty good. No sign to her. Well, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. I think I might have left it assigned to her, but I don't remember. It's been a week, you know? Okay. I want to look around for... I'll look around for Mark, I guess, right now, because we're going to need to find him eventually. 1994, he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. And Billy Sims. Billy saw Mark hop on the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault. Nearly brought both men to the floor with Sims straddling Clementine. I don't know where you go from here. Can we do Sandstone Canyon High School? Did I try searching this? Yeah, I think that this is the problem, is that it's just a dead end. Is there like a periodical? Like, okay, it was written about in all the tabloids, so we have to search it in Piketty, maybe? Maybe we search Mark Clementine in here? Yeah, okay. Piketty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not all be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police... Billy Sims is so fucking cool, man. Can we make a game about him? According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson? What a name. Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Fellas, we got one. And just like that, we're back. Mary Clementine. I mean, first we try searching her online. I'm sure we won't find anything. But I'm thinking just based San Diego is... Wait, is San Diego in California? Do I search her in the Portland Telegraph? This is the sort of situation where maybe I just turn on fucking search everywhere and see if it comes up. Alright, I want to go look up Mr. Tostitos. Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. Are you fucking kidding me? Tosrio Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. He married someone who changed their name to Toaster. There's no way. It can't be. No way, I don't believe you. I actually just don't believe you. Who is Toasterito? Do I search up Fuegos Fiesta? No. Who the fuck is Toasterito Jacobson? Where do I search for this? I think I'm gonna turn on the... How do I turn on the search everywhere option? Because I'm getting sick of this. Enabling this makes certain puzzles significantly easier. Really? Because like, I feel like I'm gonna go insane searching every periodical for each individual person. We have a food port? We do have a food periodical. We can search this. Maybe... Toasterito Jacobson? Or maybe Fuegos... What was it called? Fuegos Fiesta? Nothing. This feels like it happens all the time where we just end up in weird dead ends. Like, this feels like it should have been a sick little chain to go down. But then it's just nothing. Well... Could he possibly have married Lucinda Toasterito Jacobson? I don't know. Maybe that's what we're supposed to infer? I'm gonna put it in for now. Oh, well, I guess not, because her name is... Is Toasterito in here? No, okay. What about Jacob? Oh, well, I guess that's not who he's married to, actually. Because Toasterito Jacobson doesn't exist. That's even worse. Who the fuck's that, man? What the... What the hell? Okay. And Lucinda Jacobson just brings us back here. So... Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on search all periodicals, and we're just gonna go Toasterito Jacobson. No, okay, so you're not supposed to search all. Nothing. What about Lucinda? What? This is from the last game. There's a Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottree and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the... Oh! Oh. Hi Cash, thank you for 62 months. You dropped your $6. You can't find it. This can't be your $6. It's actually my $6 now, Cash. Sorry. Sorry, Cash. That's mine now. Are you telling me one of these sisters marries Miracle Root Tree Jr. and the other changes her name to Tostitos? Curious. Hi, Cranberry. What's up? Yeah, I think I'm leaving on search all periodicals for the rest of time playing this game. Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing. So Edith goes on to marry Miracle. Maybe a church employees an attempt to get in the room where the church houses their weekly tithings, churches and press charges. Caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time with her husband Miracle was away preaching and saying Jesus forgives and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Okay. So that's you. You're caught by Helen Roottree, who's Miracle's wife. Wicked. What does this tell me? Nothing? What do I do with this information? None of it does tell me anything. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe it's just like, maybe that's just the end of it. Let me go search Fuego's Fiesta in all. Nothing. Okay, so that doesn't matter. What about Mark Clementine? There's one in news time? News time to the small... Hey! Chill, man! News time to the small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, they ended down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Colleen Webb. There you go. We got one. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met while he was working for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and he would often have wild mood swings. What a dream. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. She felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister. Told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. So they're both last named Clementine, right? Because it's saying she didn't change their names legally. Comments on the recent co-op and you're a little surprised how much people love Lee Harvey Oswald? I don't know if it's gonna hit the same as Saddam Hussein though. You know? Okay, I think 1975, she's pregnant with their second daughter. And if we look, 1994, this is when the Mike Tyson's Punch Out happened. So we could assume gives birth to the daughter in 1976, 18 years old. So this has to be Mary. We can assume. Because she would be 18 at the time of this graduation. Okay. Is there like a... I don't know how we're gonna get a picture of her. Can I search like Sandstone? Do you think the high school gives us anything? Sandstone Canyon High School? Give me a search all. No, okay. I didn't think so. Alright, well, we got a name. Have to say yearbook? Yeah, but like, where are we gonna find a yearbook, man? If I search Mary Clementine. Being able to search all is so much nicer. Oh my god. It's actually significantly better. I just go in here and I go search like Sonia Edson. Was that her name? I keep getting it wrong. No, it's Suarez. No. Okay. So what do we do now? Have any of the other Miracle kids lately? I don't know if there's anything to do with Stuart. Which Colleen Webb? That's a good idea. And then we can do her in the periodicals as well. Did I spell her name wrong? Nope. I mean, the legitimate ones? Maybe we could go see what I guess we should go see what Miracle Jr.'s up to. Spider search. Miracle Jr. No, he's not up to anything. How about... I don't think we're gonna get anything. We had to search pretty deep to find Elias M. Roottree, the other miracle. I feel like I need to keep digging on this, but I don't know if I just don't know Mary Clementine, you know? Like, it might just be impossible for me to find anything more about her. Oh, the author also mentions that Edith... That's right. Edith, the sister... Or Edith's sister... did show up in Clergy Watch, so she's a little bit sus. You don't think Elias M would cheat on his wife? No, we have all of the wife cheaters locked down. It's Guy, Miracle, and original Elias plus Bess. I guess maybe I should dig into this for now. Or we can look at these, right? It's like, that's pretty much it. Maybe we go dig for Susan Ford's kids. She might have been a periodical person. Susan Ford. No? Did she have a different name or something? Maybe I had to look up Thomas Hughes. Yeah. That's right. Grandorf Dove. They opened the Hudson wing in 1982. Or no, they opened the Hudson wing earlier. It was crime. Oh, that's right. Okay, let me read through all of this. I remember reading some of this because we find this by going evidence here, And then at the bottom, the Grandorf Dove donation is how you get here. Grandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. The Butler County Times archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 7 years ago and stretched until the last mention in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing of the school. Multiple broken windows and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. So her husband wasn't into it. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Instruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She's not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigations into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for damages and for the couple to begin divorce proceedings. Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson wing of all... Right, so this is like... This is what we need. We need to find more about this, but I don't know how you find more about this, right? Because you got Mr. Hughes and his cheating bitch of a wife, and they divorce. But like, where do you go from here? Look up the school? I think Grandorf Dove is what gets you here. Yeah, Grandorf Dove is how you get to this spot. Maybe we could Google it? Or sorry, spider it? I think I also did this. Yeah, dove is the word for deaf. Miss Ford is fluent in 5 languages. Yeah, this is just the same info, right? Like, this is like my big problem with roottreemania. It feels like there's so many weird dead ends, you know? Like, doesn't it feel like there should be more here? It felt like everything kind of linked together in the base roottree game, but I feel like I am constantly just going, okay, that's cool. Now what? What now? Like, cool, Grandorf Dove, I found the little tidbit. Where do we go now? I don't know. Grandorf was the last name of the founder? What if I just search Grandorf? No? Seems hard. It doesn't even seem harder. It just seems like I need to... what it feels like is it feels like you have to go through like a period where you just search everyone from the old game to make sure you're not missing anything. Like missing any updates, basically. Hudson died in May of 1982. Susan Ford is no longer employed. Alright, let's notable events start here. There's one piece of evidence in this. There's 2 in the 1980s. 80 to 81. Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram. What the fuck is this, man? Linda Lewis goes in 1980 and then Lisa Lewis leaves in 1981? What? Who the hell is Lisa Lewis? Huh? Lisa Lewis. I guess they're sisters? I don't feel like there's anything interesting in here. I think one of the pieces of evidence is probably Grandorf Dove. Yeah, related is suspicious, I agree. Work time temp. I got some new farmers. I don't feel like there's anything here. Alright, I guess we go read through Piketty again. I'm not gonna read this out loud, I'm just gonna skim it. Stop me if you see anything that looks like it's the one, because there's one piece of evidence in here. We got Sisley Sanchez. I wonder if Sisley Sanchez is who we're looking for. Maybe she's the number 3, because she's at the right time. She could be the third affair. You see it? Remove the B from Bass? You're fucked up, Lord of Pies. What's wrong with you? Did I look at Roottree Brazil? I bet I did. Is it... Maybe it's the book? Maybe I can find this book that she's talking about here? My name on it? Okay, so there's like a one of... There's one book... What was the book called? Had my name on it in big shiny embossed letters. So there's a book out there somewhere, right? On the Patreon, the narrative was torn to bits. Dinner was good imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. He sent his mistress Susie? Susie something. Do I know Susie? Okay, yeah, Susie something is Susan Ford. Okay. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Died soon after, and that was that. We wish we only had rumors. Roottree Brazil. Maybe it's Roottree Brazil? Oh. Wait, here's what we're supposed to look at. I see. I even have it highlighted. With the whole truth, including things his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Robin. I don't think we're gonna see her in here, but we may as well check. Robert. Yeah, no Robins. Oh, but he goes to Australia this year, right? No. Was it here? When does he go to Australia? 1979. I think that puts us in the right year. I'm looking for... Oh, there's something in 6 pieces as well. We'll come back to this. How about... Maybe this is just a fake out? Most people are likely to treat them. When they first approached me, it wasn't a talk if you get my meaning. It was a marriage like any other. It was a mutually beneficial agreement. So what else you can get in writing for your readers? Women. Patricia liked women. Oh yeah, so Sisley said she wasn't interested in her and Guy. Initial marriage, and at the same time could bet any woman that found him charming. Exactly the type of marriage he wanted. Okay. We're looking for Robin, but like that doesn't even help us either. I'm not reading the plated loaf again. You won't get me. I guess let's look at 6 pieces. Oh yeah, we can look up Roottree Australia. Good idea. Roottree Australia. Oh! Roottree Aus is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere. Here we go. Now we got something to go off of. According to a history website for Roottree Aus, Charles Martin, highlight, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottree factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottree Candy Company at the time. Roottree Aus did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottree Aus now serves as an importer and distributor. Okay, so let's go look up Roottree Everywhere, I suppose. Roottree Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s and coincided with some of the other larger changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, being gleaned the following. Roottree candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in, oh my god, Roottree British? Roottree Everywhere involved Roottree's expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottree. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. So we'll go search all of these down the line. Oh, okay. So we're just going to look up China Roottree. China Roottree is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. During the late 1970s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottree Candy Company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, adding him to my to-search list, who was said to personally win over the Roottree family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China, so instead they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottree candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Jinyu. Lots of names to search here. Yeah, he had only daughters. Uh-oh. Roottree France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed, and then the leadership of Roottree went through a very large change soon after. It's meant to be Tristan Robert. Okay, so we got a bunch of names to search now. This is so many people. Guy Hudson can't sleep with them all. You don't know Guy Hudson. I hate when I go to click this and the highlight fucks me. You come across a website for the Lang Tai Textile Corporation, which is the company that has helped expand Roottree's products to China since the late 1970s. I'll highlight this. I just want to actually... Let me just check. I assume this takes us back to here. The highlight system is making me angrier. Yeah, okay, same thing. Delete note. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses. Those mentions are company focused and not people focused and don't offer information useful to your information or into your investigation. This page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. Goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Roottree deal, Lang Hongbo, in China the family name comes first, so Lang is his last name, thank you, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother Lang Hongyu is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. Current CEO is a woman simply listed as Xinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Tai has a few American logos on its page. One is the roottree logo, another is Tranquilts, and the third is Piece of Asia. Tranquilts is a play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. It's on the website for the Lang Tai Textile Corporation. They don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears that they import cloth. Okay. Cool. Piece of Asia. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Lang Tai located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Ugh, sorry to hear. According to their site, the Tai in Lang Tai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in American to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. Now, for fabrics and cloths at a wholesale prices, you don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Jinyao. Oh! Oh no, that's different. It's Jin Yu, not Jin Yao. My fault. Nah, I take back my O. I guess we look up these guys now. That takes us back here. Back here. Was this just a bunch of fun facts? Did you just take me down a fun fact tour? I'm afraid you might have. Butler County Times. Piece of Asia. Oh, what do you know? Piece of Asia has its headquarters in Butler County. It is listed occasionally under many different contexts, as many local businesses are. Importance of the first mention in 1981. The newspaper chronicles that Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Lang Tai that has connections to root trees. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Lang Tai's products. It also mentions that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Lang Tai. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally raised through the ranks as they expanded their reach to America. Although Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all, she's currently taking classes and he is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner and he hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. As we all know, language skills are passed down through birth. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s with the rest of the leadership of Lang Tai when trying to court the root trees. The first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. In the 70s? Okay. I mean, surely this will come back around. We'll come back to this, I'm sure. Now what? Lang Hongbo I think is nothing, but I'll just spider search him. Same thing. What about Xinyu? No? How about Lang Xinyu? Oh, we got one. Lang Xinyu in China, is a businesswoman. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company is performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translated as, someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. What the fuck is happening? Who are you? Why do I have your picture? Who could you possibly be? Is this a fake out? Another miracle baby? Who could this possibly be? She has to be like the child of Elias? She can't be one of Mark's kids, right? And is it like Guardian shit? I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at here. Oh, this guy is just John Doe. Doesn't even exist. Hey, it's good morning. We're going crazy. Yeah, the first hour of this stream was just me going, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing? I had contact with one roottree. When did it say she came? 1981? Is it wrong to assume that if they tell us that a woman was near Guy Hudson in the right time frame, we just say, yeah, they probably banged? Because there's no affairs or anything over here. What about Robin from Australia? I think Robin from Australia might be a fake out. They visited in the late 70s and trying to court the root trees. I got all of these. I guess we go to Charles Martin. We got a brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Highlight that. Let me go clear out some of my highlights. I don't need these. I'll just leave it. He wants to build a new factory, and they distribute the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. This about Australian Commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main roottree company in the US, much like how the Clancy Trust distributes profits from the roottree company evenly to the roottree family. The profits of the roottree Australia would be split 50-50 between the American roottree company and Martin himself. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible. Towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s, roottree candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. Charles's vast fortune was passed along to his daughter Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Huh. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor that somewhere in the mid-70s she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "Satisfied Partner" on it. Okay. So she doesn't have any kids? Huh. What happens if I search Robin's eggs? Aww. There's in Business Watch. There we go. Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted her to an almost unimaginable level of wealth. The writer at Business Watch, who was assigned to report on this news, seems to disapprove of this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division, as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. Wasn't the company failing? The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values, but who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. Alright. So you're what was her name? It was Xinyu. Was it Lang? I want to make sure I get this right. Yeah. You're Lang Xinyu. And you're like a what do you do? You're a CEO. It's just like, it's a little weird because we have no confirmation other than, like, I just know they gave us her picture and she was in the country near Guy Hudson in the right time frame, so we just assume. You guys also hear the water? I guess the song. Yeah, it is the song. No, it's not the song. Oh, it's raining outside in game. Adopter of in vitro. I mean, I assume if I search IVF, it's going to tell me what that is, right? In vitro fertilization. IVF, or in vitro fertilization, is a medical procedure that allows a woman to give birth to a child that was initially created in a laboratory, test tube baby, A woman does not necessarily need to give birth to a child developed from her own genetics. Sometimes, for example, a baby from an egg donor could be used. Woman could act as a surrogate mother for another woman who's unable to carry a child for herself. If it does come up for the purposes of your family tree, an IVF child from a surrogate mother will be marked as belonging to their genetic parents, and the surrogate who gave birth will not necessarily appear on the chart unless she is also a part of the family. That said, be sure to investigate these situations very carefully. They can be tricky or misleading. Okay. Can I search up this? No. Too generic. I'm trying to find out how I would find more. I guess let's start back at Roottree China. And then we got Lang Hongbo, right? We got this guy. Which takes us to the textiles website. Then Lang Hongyu took over, which takes us to the website as well. Her DNA for the IVF baby and some unknown man. Yeah, it maybe like maybe she gives the baby to the sister. I don't know. I have no idea, man. I can't find shit in this game anymore. Doesn't list her last name. Lang Tai. And this just puts us back here. And like none of this helps me. But I like every time I get to this point and I'm like, I know we need to look for something else. What else do we need to look for though? How do I find more? Lang Tai? I think that was mentioned in Business Watch fairly often the last 20 years or so. Fortunately, this makes the search results not particularly helpful. So to find the oldest articles, one of the earliest mentions from October 1979 stands out as very unusual because it doesn't involve Lang Tai's business. The article details a new medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. The first successful IVF birth in 1978, it seemed the industry began to grow. And a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently, at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his youngest daughter Lang Jinyao and her husband could not have children. So, in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Chi Jeans to have their child implanted in his oldest daughter, who was unmarried. Cost for this was 380,000 yuan, or just over 100,000 USD. I feel like I've learned more about the Lang Tai family today than I have about the fucking root trees. So, have their child implanted in his oldest daughter. So, Lang Jinyao and her husband. So we got this daughter, Lang Jinyao, who is different from Lang Jinyu. So we have this daughter and her husband who could not have children. So he pays these guys. Kijins, got it. It was a medical company with operations in both the US and China. They made international news in 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services were in some cases falsified. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service. An alibi? The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover-up story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. Uh-oh. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof on one case. The daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Key Jeans shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon. There is no extradition to either the China or the U.S. All right. He paid Chi Jeans to have their child implanted in his oldest daughter. This takes us to Piece of Asia. I mean, it's like, it still isn't a direct direct answer, but yeah. Here is Han Junwei, which I think just leads us back here. Yeah. And then I think it was periodicals. I want Lang Jin Yu. Around 1947, the first of 2 children. Mother was already in her 30s. Trouble conceiving. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't search for her specifically. It was given the same time until 3 years later. This was Jinyu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. This is how Jinyu became involved. Her father stayed the president of Langtai for a very long time as his daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China's Jinyu, and the other in the USA. Neither were given official titles. When he died due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Jinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. The problems related to dementia, and Jinyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Okay. Cool. I feel this. Hi, Wiener Cam. What's up? What's up? Well, we can pretty much lock in that this is what happened. I wish we could, but we still have to figure out who this is, though. Like, we have to figure out who the daughter is. Give me Lang Pai again. Hey, wait a minute. I thought Jerry's wife couldn't have kids. That was the whole reason they did the IVF. But she's about to give birth? Wait a second. Am I missing something here? Are you seeing this? You seeing what I'm seeing? 1981, his wife's about to give birth, but they did IVF on the older sister? I didn't find a comment about who's Beth from one of the kids earlier that went through you for so long. I think I did see that. I did see that comment, but I just had already figured out who Bess was. It's confirmation it was a cover-up? Yeah, it was for sure a cover-up. No doubt. So how do I find out about their kid now? That's the next question. Yeah, Lang Jin Yao and her husband could not have children. Linda is pregnant with a child. And... hold on a minute. Piece of Asia. Wait a second. Linda is Lang Jin Yao. Curious. So now I just have to figure out who the fuck this child is. Do they even mention her child anywhere else, though? An early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Do I have to look at the sister? Maybe? Because maybe the sister is taking care of the child? Linda Han? Oh. That gave me a different search result? My fault. Jerry Linda and Mark Hahn, apparently Mark Hahn, were recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hangin' with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. If I search Jerry Han, that also gets me here. That's my fault. I guess I had to search them up by their American name. I only searched them by their Chinese names. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. Do you think if I search Alanis Morissette, I'm gonna find anything? I'll save that for later. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. Didn't he, like, just die? In real life? But somehow Jerry and I were on the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece who grew up there was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. So which one of these kids is the correct child? Is it Lucy Lang? I think Mark Hahn is a fake. I don't think that's who I'm looking for. Focus on philanthropy. Oh, that comes up. Nothing. Okay. I'm just curious. Oh man. Does Robert Redford have red hair? Because where we get pictures of, that's actually true. I guess we may as well search Lucy Lang. Lucy Lang is not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are a few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talonclaw. Team Talonclaw are one of only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Alright, well, let's get to it. Team Talonclaw. Robotics Club of Mid-Eastern University. Whoa, I know those guys. The robot, also named Talonclaw, has been selected for appearance on the 2nd season of a British television show focused on robot fighting. Small blurb mentions that robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years, but there have been recent moves to televise it. Talonclaw is one of 2 teams selected from the US. The Robotics Club has a text-only site you can find linked from the university student section. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom of the traveling school's newspaper. Hold on a second. And I have the school's newspaper. Team Talon Claw. That's really cool. That's a very cool little link up. Hi Iglog, how's it going? The Hedderald has a story about the school's robotics team, Team Talon Claw, with 3 student members and talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and the moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she has progressed through her major, she has become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talon Claw's weapon. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in popular culture. Oh, we got a picture. Why can't I get the robot? What does he know? Oh, we got a picture. I think we just throw it in, and then if it doesn't work, we assume that it's actually the other guy. Because I don't know who the fuck it is. Do you think they want me to call her Min Lang instead? I think they might. Yeah, she's a college student. It might be the other guy. I don't know. The game warned me that it's confusing. But I'm not gonna sweat it too much. I'm just gonna put her in. And then if it's wrong, we can look for Mark Hahn instead. But I don't know if Mark Hahn's gonna show up anywhere. Okay, so Mark Hahn... So you got Lang Jinyu, and you got her sister, Linda. I don't remember her name. Linda Han, we'll say for the purposes of this, right? Linda Han is pregnant in the later days, but it says that Lang Jinyu had the child for her sister, right? So like, what's going on? We're saying that Mark Hahn is younger and Mark can't exist yet for the IVF cover-up. That makes sense. Yeah, it's like, it's weird because like, we know that they're 2 unique characters, and we know that Linda's pregnant with one of them later, but I don't know if we know how. The IVF thing was a lie, but it's mostly just for, like, we don't know if she gave the baby over, I feel like. I'm not gonna sweat it, man. I'm just gonna leave it. We have a picture, and I don't think they're gonna give us a fake out picture, but maybe they did. Alright. So that gets us these. So now I think I would like to try to finish up Guy Hudson here with his last 2 kids. For the record, Guy Hudson had 1, 2, 3, 4, it looks like 5 kids with 5 different women. What a guy. And when we saw him over here, we thought he and Patricia had a sadly cut short life before they could have any kids. Nope. No. Oh yeah, we should look for Sonia's last name also. So I want to find Sonia's last name, and then I want to find these guys. Modern day Nick Cannon. True. Alright, let's go looking around for Sonia's name. Can I search for... Well, let's look for Edson Suarez and see if he's in anything. No. And then what about Flavio Suarez? That gets us to Ashley York, who I think we saw already. Or maybe I didn't look her up here anyway. Ashley York, a British model, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Suarez. In it, a Teen Blast reporter asked how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. It was his mother's party. Oh, important! She runs a media empire down there called Trans Me Sao Paulo. Thank you. Dude, searching all periodicals is a fucking lifesaver. I honestly think there's just too many periodicals for me to want to search all of them. Trans Me Sao Paulo is a massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. According to history page, it's focused on our company and vague on searchable details. Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to run a television network until 1988, when Brazil began its period of reform. Felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Reading that online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at a shareholders meeting. She sends a proxy. Weird. I'm guessing that her husband found out that she got down and dirty with you-know-who, as fucking everyone was doing in the late 70s, mind you. Don't feel too bad, man. So was everyone else. I think my favorite thing about this family tree is that the picture of them looking at each other actually links up on the tree. Something about this picture really strikes me. I don't know. I like this one. I like the root tree family picnic shirt. I like that he's wearing like a suit and she's wearing gym clothes. Something about this one hits. I can't click on any of these guys, can I? No. Too bad. Okay. So let's go searching, because now I think we've tied up a bunch of loose ends. Let's go searching over here for info about Susan Ford. Guy Bugson. Go Nia Alves? Sure, why not? Nia Alves. Same place. What about Nia? We can just look up Nia. No. Nia... Suarez? I think that's the end. So let's go look. Let's start looking for. I'm just gonna go do like search everyone. You know, it's so much nicer. Susan Ford. What about Grandor? What about Thomas Hughes? Oh, sorry, it was Grandorf Dove, not Grandorf. We completed, but nothing locked. It's 4, isn't it? Yeah, it's 4. I think might be why. Grandorf Dove was a school. Orange County Times Archive. I've read this like 3 times today. Hudson Wing, Infidelity, Mrs. Hughes, Thomas Hughes. And Susan Ford doesn't come up either. And I go like, Thomas Hughes, that's nothing. Susan Ford, nothing. Grandorf Dove? Where do you find... Oh, you don't even get the picture of her. You get the picture of her from here. Hey Luke, how's it going? Am I a root tree? Yes. I think so. Yeah, Guy Hudson is like the modern day Genghis Khan. Half of the world is actually related to him. I feel like this all leads me in a circle, and I can't figure out how you break out of it. You got Thomas Hughes. Where am I on the tree? Not far, man. I've gotten this, and we got her name, and that's it. You want to nudge? Honestly, yeah. I'm ready, man. Because it feels like I'm just stuck in a circle right now. Everything leads back into itself. I'm ready. Where do I go? What am I looking for here? The school has to... There's no way you have to search this. Okay, no, wait. This is the same. This is the same. Do I have to do it in the periodicals? Hold on. Control C. This game is bad. Grandorf Dove, and it even calls itself also known as this, but then you go search this. Oh, I hate the periodicals. Grrr. Grandorf School for the Deaf. That is really bad, by the way. That is not good. I am not a fan of that one. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. Not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of this year, 1999, mentions that the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we call her that even though she's only about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School? Alright. Cool. What is this? This is an asthma inhaler. What is this, an EpiPen? One of them has asthma, the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. My youngest is shy. Who's who? Melissa and Heather. Oh, it says it there? Wait. The one on the left is holding an inhaler and this one on the right is holding an EpiPen. Okay. My youngest is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she... Oh, I understand. The youngest is the one with the EpiPen. The oldest is the one with the inhaler. I get you. It doesn't matter. That's all you need. And then... Does it tell you who's who? Do I have to look something else up? Do I look this up in the periodicals? I do! The cast list mentions some names, including a Heather Ford. Okay, so... Heather's the one with asthma. Heather Ford. And then you're... Melissa? I think was the name. And then your student K through 12. Uh-oh, someone's wrong. Uh-oh, who's wrong? One of our people is incorrect. Oh, that's not her name? Oh, and that was... Okay, so that was actually the correct picture. Who's it gonna be? It's both of them!
Hey there, it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
What a twist.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go
Clark's
ahead.
about to kick our ass?
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up.
Yeah, I looked them up.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new root trees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
Alright, bye guys. Yeah, we hate Clark. Are they having an affair? Yeah, I hope not. Oh, you know what? She's not a news anchor anymore. She's a CEO. Owned and run. Maybe not. Do you think she's a CEO? What do you think she is? Because she's not a news anchor. What phone couldn't this call us? They're just waiting outside anyway. She's like a media mogul? I think she might be a media mogul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh god. This looks like it's gonna be fucked up. Almost as good as Professional Baby. Carol Jones, Professional Baby. Locked in. Alright. Bess Williams and Elias Roottree. Let's get out of this fucked up section. Spider search. Let's start looking around. Bess Williams. This is the idiot who died of a hurricane. And she made a propaganda about Elias Roottree. Site dedicated the Bocadoro Library. Partially destroyed. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. Expanded in 1950. So, did I try the library? Here, first of all, we're like basically moving to a new section. I kind of want to, before, you know, this is like all untouched. Maybe before I go into this, we should go try to figure out what the fuck's going on with Mark's kids. Maybe that's the play. All right, let's dig. Let's try to finish up Mr. Crocodile Dundee. Crocodile Clementine. Let's start here. He's the basket baby. Lost his job because he was drunk. Smuggled reptiles. Made an emergency landing in Portland. Don't we have like the Portland Telegraph? Here, let me just go look him up in here. Mark Clementine. Did I see this one? Rowan Telegraph was the one that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine and has some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. Flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane, low, literally under the radar. Only caught because he was bit by a crocodile in the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. Tried to tell them he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. Story seemed very odd and Controls quickly alerted the police without informing him. Okay. And then Billy Sims stuff, of course, all of that's the same. So maybe because Mark is like an absentee father, maybe I have to find more about Colleen Webb? I don't know if I have anything though about her. I didn't think so. So I know that the daughter's name is Mary Clementine. And I tried searching this. All the Billy Sims stuff? I think so. Oh, there's a Billy Sims in the Butler County Times. Grrr. Okay, it's fine. It's okay, Butler County Times. It's okay. Portland Telegraph, though, is where we needed to look. 'Cause apparently, what you were supposed to do is what you're supposed to do here, it seems, is you're supposed to go, like, you're supposed to get to here. And you're supposed to see... Where does this say it? Yeah, it says pretty much every news organization had their own take on it. So you're supposed to see this and you're supposed to go to the periodicals and search literally every news article for Billy Sims. Portland Telegraph had an article slightly longer than most about Billy Sims' incident, mostly because the assaulter Crocodile Clementine had appeared in the paper before, because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because the readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter. Wait, really? Can you do that? It did so anyway. That's kind of fucked up. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously saying, "What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch. Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there was no more instances of Croc Watch." So this didn't help me, except for there's a restraining order against him. Yeah, what did Teen Blast have to say? Nothing. So what do I do with this information? We got that his daughter's name was Mary. We got down Colleen Webb. For an airline. We're on an airport newsstand. Live with her sister? Told her oldest their dad had to fly planes for the army. Live at the high school? Nothing. Look up Croc Watch. It said there's no more Croc Watch. Yeah, it's just this. Use the web name as said at the bottom of the article. Hold on. Really? Am I spelling her name wrong? Oh wait, I'm looking up wrong is what's happening. Colleen Webb. Take me back to... No, she doesn't... Okay. So... It's just Billy Sims then. Here you go, news time. Oh yeah, they said they use the web name, but they never change their names legally, so they're gonna go as Clementine. I don't think there's anything for Colleen Webb. Mary Webb, but legally they didn't change their name. So legally her name is Mary Clementine. Not Mary Webb. Oh, but you're saying she would show up as Mary Webb everywhere else, right? I see what you're saying. You're right. Even though legally on the tree she's gonna be Mary Clementine, you gotta search Mary Webb. Okay. Good answer. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. Oh, she's like a travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. Seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups of such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and a place she's visited recently. In places she's visited recently, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. Photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. That's another one. Company called Corporate Composition Photography. You think this is anything? Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. Possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. Company is mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant but generally go over your head. However, one of the questions mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto Photography magazine. New periodical! Yes! Let's fucking go, baby! And asked about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP? When searching for LBP, you get a wide variety of results. It can stand for the Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses also have the acronym LBP. Results include Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras and Panties, Logline Books and Publishing. I'm thinking it's this one. How did you think this would be related to your search exactly? Hey, you put it in the game, not me. I'm not the fucking weirdo, man. Before I forget, you're a travel agent? Let's get that one down real quick. I'm gonna go through all of these. Aw, man. Lower back pain is a pretty serious problem. One recommendation seems pretty useful to you. When you're sitting in front of a computer for hours doing genealogy research, it's recommended you try to sit with good posture. Standing up and stretching once in a while could be useful as long as you don't strain yourself. Thanks. What about lead-based paint? Aw. Do you think it's the Louisiana Board of Pharmacy? Ah. Maybe Long Beach Peninsula? Damn. Lynch Building Plastics? Nope. Luxury Bridal Photography? Luxury Bridal Photography is a photography business, which is a good start. Unfortunately, it seems like it's located in Ireland and its owner is named Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury, but you doubt that's his real name. It's very unlikely this is related to what you're looking for. Don't tell me what I'm looking for. Mr. Luxury has a website, and on it you find a scan of some paperwork that proves your suspicions correct. He wasn't actually born Nick Luxury, but rather changed his name legally last year. His birth name was Michael Luxury. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Damn it. Unlucky. Alright, how about the Lexington Business Payroll? Alright, how about Lincoln Baby Photography? Uh-oh. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead as it mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer on their page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom, the website says copyright 1998 to 1999. The picture has been added to your evidence. Oh, fuck. Another baby. Check periodical. First of all, baby. Cam Lincoln. Look, it's kind of like cheating maybe, but I think you can kind of just piece this one together. Right? Seems extremely likely, does it not? So what happened with LBP? He does not wish to talk about LBP? I must know. What's his name? Assuming it's Val Lincoln. Val Lincoln was featured in Telephoto. The cover, which featured one of his photos, as well as portions of the article, have been added to your evidence. Cool picture. Clementine, U.S. Army. Huh. What do you know? Telephoto is a photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his who was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets and all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that never even had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award on the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. There you go. Lisa Clementine? Soldier? Army? No. How? What? So not soldier. You think she's a baby? Military? I guess? Yeah, we could check for veteran. I guess military is what I would put. So that should be 4. So if everything here is correct, the next one we fill in should give us our next drop. And if not, we can just switch her to housewife, but I assume she's military. Alright. I think now we dig into Elias's dirty laundry. His cripple a profession. Yeah, man, I can just put her as a baby. Look at this guy. You think this guy's taking care of himself? I don't fucking think so. Alright. So we need to go begin our digging. There's something on page 1 of Piketty. Anyway. We're gonna go here to begin with Bess Williams. And so we're gonna take a look at the Bocadoro Library. Multiple libraries in the area, according to the website for the library system in Miami. The building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. I'm pretty sure I did all of this, but we're gonna retread ground. Don't know anything. No, we don't know anything. We know a little bit about Bess, but that's it. We mostly got Bess out of a guess, I would say. The guess was, well, there's a statue of a woman, and this woman must be old, and we know that this has to be Elias, therefore woman goes here, and then they locked it in. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours on a list of exhibits. The building is very small. Admission is free. Room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. That's Bess Williams. It is now defunct weekly newspaper. The last printing press was used by the Miami Sunday, and now defunct weekly newspaper. Oh, so I need this, probably. Miami Sunday has no records that you can find online or in your periodical search. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which only folded after only a year. The Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year, from 1949 to 1950. You find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging of 2 smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way that they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. I don't know. Jefferson, Texas? Jefferson, Texas is a real place with a real newspaper called the Jefferson Jimpleque. As far as you can tell, nobody you've been investigating lives in Texas. Looking into this. Aw. Okay. That's the original print of Cuba by Cubans. Do we try this? Cuba by Cubans is a book of paintings of Cuba released in 1963. It's credited to Marcia Barbin. At first glance, it doesn't seem related. We looked this shit up. Marcia Barbin. Cuba by Cubans. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. I don't trust you. I don't trust this. I'm gonna go search all for Bess Williams first. No. Well, I wonder if Beth Williams puts anything up. No. I want to do maybe the Miami Sunday. Maybe Miami Print Museum. No, alright, I'm gonna assume that's probably it then. What happens? I just want to check. What if I search the author? Okay, that takes us back here. Okay. Yep, Cuba by Cubans. I think I did that. I don't think it has relevance. No. So I think we need to go search for Elias. I'm pretty sure now where we are is we need to go look for new Elias information that we didn't have. Like updated information, basically. Okay, these are the same. So this is where we probably need to start now. Elias and Gwyneth Roottree were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottree Candy Company has always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias's intention as a family man with his family brand. Since Six Pieces, the candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure, but there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. Some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. So we'll go first Anderson, Maple Farm, a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decide to show support for Gwyneth and Elias's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later. Quote from Bess Williams' book appears to have been taken down. Is it another niche search? Give me like 5 minutes and then I'm ready. Let me do a little bit of searching. Okay, this takes us back here. So let's try searching Gwyneth. Same thing. I guess I could search Six Pieces. I think I read this already, but we'll still look. I'm just skimming for keywords. I definitely searched all of these. Did I search roottreemania? I did search roottreemania. I think this is where I started. About I'm a secret root tree. Ah. So Elias doesn't have anything. Bess Williams doesn't have anything. I have the book, right? Not Six Pieces. I want Family Man. Maybe it's in here. Does Family Man show? Family Man doesn't show. So this is nothing. So what? What is left? What else could you do here? Okay, well, none of this is useful. In the slightest. I don't know, man. I don't even have I have no clue where you would go with this. Elias root tree. Because I thought you would just search for Bess Williams, right? Bess, can I look up the hurricane that killed her, maybe? Dedicated to hurricane statistics. Fiction section. And then I go to the library. Can I look for like the library system in Miami? No. Is it on the picture, maybe? Where's the picture of the unknown author? Here it is, library statue. Miami Print Museum. There's her picture. I kind of want to use the duck. I've never used the duck. Because I think I'm stuck. I have no clue where to go with this. I feel like we went through all of this and nothing made any sense. We went Miami Sunday, and then we go to the Miami Mercury Sunday, and this is a dead end. This is where you hit the wall. You had to duck this? What could you... I'm gonna hit the duck. Give me a hint. In your notable events, it was mentioned that an outside legal group was brought in. That sounds interesting. Really? Didn't I already look at them? They're in my notes. The fucking Ruby Legal Enterprises? This is what it wants me to search? It's pointing to something else? It's pointing me to the path to get to her, which I've already done. Yeah, okay. Go again. Spider search for the Clementine Trust? Clementine Trust is the roottree company's unusual legal arrangement and the motivation for most of their major financial decisions. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company as well as their sister clothing company, Root with a period. This means that nearly every roottree can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to approve any major expenditures that could significantly dig into the profits. After the release of 6 pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clementine Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have been covered under the trust according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottree at the direction of Elias Roottree, so maybe I search him, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of the Roottree family members will not interfere with investigations into potential new root trees. What is this? This also does not seem like it helps me. Gonna look up Edward Clancy? No? I probably have to give it a Edward Clancy Roottree? No, okay. So what is this even pointing me to? Is this also pointing me to the fucking Ruby Legal Enterprises? Which takes you to Ruby Spratt. I'll go down the line here. I did a Mid-Eastern. He was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against the manufacturer of a steering wheel company. The local gas station in her hometown with the role of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Hell yeah. Mid-Eastern University, I've already gone and explored that. So I'm looking, and then this is just pointing me to Sisley Sanchez, right? Duck, this is not what I need. If you know Lisa Clementine's occupation, you could probably place her on the tree. One small change. Shut the... Lisa Lincoln? Oh, I didn't realize I could search Lisa Lincoln. I mean, I already have her, man. But sure, I'll go search that. Why not? This duck is kind of throwing. Lisa Lincoln. Oh. I mean, I didn't need this. I already figured this out, but yeah. Oh, wait. No, I did need this. She's a professor at West Point, a military college. Oh. These passions that contribute to the environmental engineering major. Okay, well, thanks, duck. She's actually not a military. She's a professor. And after finding all of this out, I was supposed to look up her... That one's crazy, man. That one's actually crazy. Because you get a picture of her as a military person, and you're supposed to go, oh, I better go deeper than this. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Alright, Doug, can you give me the fucking Elias yet? Miami Sunday merged into the Miami Mercury Sunday, but that was short-lived. You want information on events from before the merger. Oh. That's crazy. And that just gives me another fucking periodical. Grrr. That's a tough one. That one's kind of insane. Alright, so now we go search Elias Roottree, see if he comes up in that. No, but we search, like, Bess Williams in the Miami Mercury. The Miami Mercury had an article about the Bess Williams section in the Boca Doro Library when it was being built in 1928. Mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for the planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue, fountain, and a second room that would double its shelf count. Well, we can probably take a guess at who that is. Wildcat Construction is listed in some historical records as having worked on many okay, fine. I'll go to the fucking periodicals and I'll search it then. Grr. I can't even be mad anymore. Search periodicals. Frank Wildcat Williams. Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen. Also mentioned earlier in 1947 under the headline Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941 a construction worker and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Good for him. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community's support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. It's become a sort of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are now often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. Uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Can I search for Frank Williams? Okay, fine. If I search Frank Williams here, no? Am I supposed to just assume that Frank Williams is Bess Williams' daughter and that's it? Or sorry, Bess Williams' son and that's the end of it? Is there not another step to this other than they have the same last name? Because I wanted to see one more piece of information to be like, yep, and he was dedicated this to his mother who died in a fucking hurricane like an idiot. HDR, glad you enjoy the slice and dice. Hell yeah. Right on. So this is, it mentioned an orphan, did it? I mean, it mentioned that Wildcat Construction. I don't think it mentioned that he was an orphan. I'm pretty sure this is him. Although we do also have to find a picture of him, don't we? If I search the Boca Doro Library? No, okay. The Miami, what was it called? The Miami something? I don't remember. But like, we know, I'm pretty confident that this is Frank, same last name and everything, you know? This is Frank Williams, and he was a construction worker, and he was married to Ophelia, but we have no idea what her last name is. End of first paragraph. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. Yeah. Frank Wildcat Williams? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you gotta give him the Wildcat, because Frank Williams is too common. You're right. Frank Wildcat Williams is listed on a few different military history websites. He was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II. The story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his own shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in 1996, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by his surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. There you go. So it's for sure him. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Oh, so she also was named Williams. That's pretty funny. Photos attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of his construction sites, as he was often known to do. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. So our last name is Williams. And we get our picture of Frank. Where is he? Classic Frank right there, man. Just classic Frank. Incredibly common Frank W. There's 5 more. Sonia Alves, media mogul, by the way. Booyah. Alright, so we got his daughters now. We got Barb and Sharon Williams. I guess Frank Williams, he seems like kind of a beast, man. Unfortunate for him being orphaned at a young age. His mom gets hit by a hurricane and his dad's a piece of shit. But like, this dude kind of popped off. You gotta give it to him. Alright. So we gotta look up for Barb and Sharon Williams now is who we're searching for. So we'll go ahead and highlight this. I'm gonna go and we're just gonna clear out some of these notes. I don't need any of this. We got all of these. So so is it actually just a fun fact, a little Easter egg in there for you, that Mark got bailed out by his aunt, who is Miracle Jr.'s wife's sister, who first related to the root trees, changed her name to get free Tostitos or tostadas from Taco Bell forever? That's just a little fun fact for you. Wait, I want to look up Martin's licorice bullets. Nah, you know what? Let's not bother. Tostadas are great. She's gotta be rich, man. Alright, let's start looking these guys up. Barb Williams. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. Oh, well, that was surprisingly easy. Overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. Greta Jones. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. Vic Elmsworth. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Isabel Crosby. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. Do you think I have to look these people up? Ikiwa Falls Gazette? I hope not. Oh, fuck, they're written down. Ah, shit. Alright, let's get looking. Greta Jones? Too common, too common. How about WQTV-12? Greta Jones is, according to a flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV-12. Fortunately, WQTV-12 has no online web presence whatsoever. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed any news in that area. I can't imagine this matters. Effingham County is the name of 2 different counties in the United States. One is in Georgia, the other is in Illinois. We need to append the state name. So I assume we want to go to Illinois? Springfield is the capital of Illinois, but after perusing some... Okay, fine. Georgia. There is a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. Thanks. Cool. Very good use of my time. Coconut. Let's search Coconut Grove, Florida. Okay, no, fuck me then. Let's go Vic Elmsworth. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikkiwa Falls Gazette. Oh god. It says search city, state. Alright, hold on. WQTV 12. Specific city and state. Oh, so you're saying I need to search Springfield, Georgia. What the hell, man? Why didn't they just give me this? If you find your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each of them using 3 categories, none are relevant to journalism. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor is Greta Flores. Greta Flores is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Isla Hale. I'm so fucking confused. What are we doing here? Who is this? Who the fuck is this? What am I? Who could you even be? Greta Flores. Let's take a break from this and continue. Let's go back a little bit. Who are you? Let me look up Sharon Williams. Check the library, but like, why? We can come back to this when we have any reason to do this. I guess if I have nothing else to do, we just keep going. But like, what does this even do for me? WQTV 12, Greta Flores. I remember to get the book. The book is probably just gonna print out a big middle finger. 25 Stories of Sisterhood. It's called rabbit holing, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, why am I not? This doesn't relate to my search. I don't give a fuck about these people. Isla Hale. This is an anthology of stories told on a few different Storytellers of Sisterhood tours. Contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Isla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Oh, so I was like one step away from getting the fact that this was actually Barb Williams' entire line. Alright. Barb Williams had the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. The first part of her story focuses on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat. Always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. 1 second, please. I need to... Is this Sharon? This is Sharon. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. Can someone please tell me who fucking... Two 16-year-old girls? My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl? Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to a good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Tough. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth, and I'd like to say that it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Okay. So you're Barb. Barbara Williams, and you're like a motivational speaker? Public speaker, sure, that's it. And then you're Sharon Williams. And you're a hairdresser, it sounds like? And so now we need to start, or continue searching. Did it give me a picture? No, it just gave me this book. Okay. So I guess we just keep searching all of these, huh? And see where these lead. Sherry's hair? We can do Sherry's hair, why not? There's a Sherry's hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Yazdemski. Sherry has a large van and on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. Brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket? Cricket! You named your child Cricket! Sorry. Tony seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and that he's a straight A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Library. And the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando, Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your do, is a stylist for the show. The passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the sections describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. Okay, so Tony's the oldest. It goes left to right? But how could Tony... Okay. Okay. There's a lot of information here. Can I search the Rachel? Oh, man. So she's got two husbands. She's got Pete, aka Peter. PETA. And that's her second husband. Left to right within each marriage? Oh, okay, that would make sense. So, like, this is probably Tony then. Which, what is this? Antonio? Anthony? Sure. Anthony... Oh, God. Started with a Y? Or no, it wouldn't have started with a Y. We gotta figure out who her husband was. Her first husband, because that would be the name of these two kids. Oh yeah, and then that would make this one... Oh, I don't know if that's for sure gonna make this one mark. I guess we search up Cricket York. Library is a children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida. It's been on the air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook managers like Corithmetic, tutoring companies such as EDUC82U, Educate2U, okay, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a library web ring through it, though it only has 3 entries. You click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. Picture of Cricket from one of her first episodes. Okay, so Cricket is a child. Cricket is a child. Hey, let me take the guy. Let me take the guy Pooftail. The promotional shot of Cricket York and the puppet Pooftail. Pause. Pooftail. What? Come on. During the site you found it on, the theme of the episode tackled why some people needed glasses. I think it's pretty safe to say 1997, age of 5. Pretty safe to say you're probably Cricket, but you're not York, you're like Jazzemski. And then you're an actor, I feel like. Yeah, what does Pooftail know? When are they gonna give me on the real shit? You think I need to look up these textbooks? Corithmetic is a math textbook publishing company. They were in the news last year when a primetime news program did a full comparison of their 4th edition textbooks from 1996 and their 5th edition textbooks. Schools were complaining that the 2 editions seemed remarkably similar, yet Corithmetic was charging almost double for the newer edition than they had for the previous one. The news program announced that between the 2 books there were only 16 total changes. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 were all instances of changing 4th to 5th. Led to a geometry problem where the book asked students to calculate the 5th side of the rectangle. Fuck you, Corithmetic. I hate those guys. Oh, look at that. Educate2U is a tutoring service. They have a deal with the library, and feature some of the actors from the show in pictures on their website. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all of the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who is seen in a photo labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. Oh my god, and her brothers? Don't find much else about Educate2U, except that there seems to be a small subsection of library fans who were deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate2U logo. She looked like a kind of demon doll that I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Please show me this thing. Oh my god. The hell, man? Let me click on her. Okay, well, we can pretty confidently say he's the oldest. Feeling pretty good about that one. And then we can throw you here. Don't I know your name? Aren't you Mark? With a C? And you're probably, if I were to guess, I'm gonna say, what child? I'm student. We're very close to finishing this one. Also, your name is Y Yazdrzemski. So the only question I have left is I need to find a picture of Sharon Williams. I need to figure out what her husband's name was. I'm pretty sure. And then we'll have all of this done. So I think I'm done with this line. So let's go back to Sherry's hair. Okay. Yeah, I'm not fucking around. Larger equals older. I don't need to deal with this anymore. You think I need to look for her by name, maybe? No. So I maybe need to go look at the other people here. Vic Elmsworth from the Kikiwa Falls Gazette, perhaps? Hey, let me search this guy. Hey, let me search this guy. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of three brothers. All three of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikiwa Falls Gazette. He tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on his site, including the long-form version of the review for Barb Williams' motivational show from 1997. Oh, this is a lot of words. Does this look like it matters? This might matter. Alright. Talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd because she received a standing ovation. It was a story about a loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America charity. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's the guy. That's the husband. Oh, her son-in-law. This does matter. Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. The charity, was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nurture it. Oh, and this is the charity. Ah, okay. Lanes Across America, or LAA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. The pages and pages of news articles that mention Lanes Across America have a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Got his ass. Andrew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown. They now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. The website for the charity is a picture of Drew. The photo has been added to your evidence. Where is he? What the fuck? Also, look, she's right there, man. She's right there. But, it's definitely a different guy. He just looks a lot like, he looks a little bit like Clark. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, someone, Levlin, yeah, I should look up Pete. You're right. Let's look up Peter. Peter. Oh, God. Y-A-S-T-R-Z-E. Y-A-S-T-R-Z-E. Is it S-E-M? M-M ski. Fuck you. You made me type this shit just to have it be wrong? Unreal. I might have spelled it wrong. Let me double check. Let me get like 100% right. Alright. We can put him in the periodical search. Peter. No, okay, he doesn't exist. Okay. Well then. I kind of want to go search the Kikiwa Falls Gazette real quick. Kikiwa Falls Gazette. There is no Kikiwa Falls anywhere in the world that you can find. The closest thing to a Kikiwa appears to be in New Zealand. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small town newspaper as a conceptual piece of art. The Kikiwa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States. This is presented as a monthly newspaper of small town America. What makes the Kikiwa Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled "Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms," that, using very dry language, details the idea that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Fortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There are no archives of older issues. I mean, sure, we will look up this guy. That just takes us back here. So this feels like a dead end. So then we go search Isabel Crosby. You find no information about anyone named Isabel Crosby that feel like they could be related to your search. Superintendent of Benton County? The original name of Lanes Across America? That's a good idea. L-A-M? Which I assume is Lanes Across Miami. Yeah, good idea. Searching for Lanes Across Miami does narrow down the pages and pages of articles you found earlier to only those with a more in-depth history about the charity. LAM was formed in 1987 and became LAA in 1994, founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 1992, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles is a full uncropped photo of uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. Seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew. Wow, that's kind of fucked up, man. Ah, here's everyone. Okay. Oh, that's gotta be Peter. Because they were like college buddies. So that's gotta be Peter. And then you. And that's the alt photo of her sister / mother. And then this is Anthony Smith. And if I did everything correctly, If we got it all right. Smith. Good call. Check the original name of lanes across America. Good fucking answer. And that's all of them. Ooh, yeah. They're back.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done.
Yeah, I have no idea what these other two are gonna be.
But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I think I'm pro Clark. I'm gonna say it. Final answer, I'm pro Clark. He seems like a good dude. He had fucked up his early days, but he got his shit
I'd call
together.
it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
It's Edward Clancy again. Edward Clancy number 2.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
Isn't she dead?
Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to
Oh,
test potential
okay.
root trees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's.
She's
But
still
Ruby
alive.
threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on.
Was the lawyer faking the DNA
You
tests?
have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a root tree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are root trees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Now's the time to review all possible root trees and input your deductions. You'll then be able to end your search and reveal the truth. You have 13 possible root trees left to identify. Filling in this person is optional. Who the fuck? Oh, there's been... Mr. President! There's been a 6th Guy Hudson affair! Mr. President, get down! There's been another infidelity. In the 6th Guy Hudson. Oh, that's really funny, man. I was like, huh, what do you think this means? I actually thought this was going to be like, oh, well, Mark had something else going. No, that's Guy Hudson's 6th wife. Sorry, 7th wife, as it is. Okay, so I think we're very sure that Mark Clementine is a root tree, right? I think this one's my one. And I think that at this stage of the game, can someone just tell me what this clue is? What am I looking for here? This looks like it's a periodical. Do I need to go search him again in the periodicals? Is he in oh, he's in the fucking Miami periodical, isn't he? Mark Clementine. No, he's not. Okay. What is this clue? Maybe we have to search Butler County time. I mean, we have a bunch of smoking guns. I'm like very confident that Mark is a root tree. I think this guy is not a root tree. Got all of these. Seems pretty likely. On this one. This one's tough because I don't remember this shit. This one, I think it's like impossible to prove. You're kind of just guessing here. Let me close this up. I can't mark the baby. Do we know for sure? Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other 5Ps articles? Damn. She adopted 2 children in the 40s. Stuart and Mark. I logged like 5 periodicals. That's true, and I don't think I did like a global periodical search either. That's true. Search all 5Ps. Astral Sis, thank you for joining the YouTube. Appreciate it. Yeah, push. 5Ps is popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted toward teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyway. Hasn't done any interviews with the magazine. They've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about him. David, birthday, Aquarius, foster care in Portland. Later, letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed on a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. Huh. 17 Magazine, sometimes referred to as 17 Magazine, is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. There's mention of it on a few sites claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. No audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Jeffrey Dahmer had pleaded guilty to killing 16 people in 1992. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and the subsequent backlash against violent music and violent games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls trying to shock people or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Interesting. So, if he's not born February 9th, 1977. Hey, can someone look this up? What star sign is Aquarius, by the way? Does that line up? Anyone know off the rip? Yeah, okay. 82. So that would put him as born in 1975? $1975 would be... Correct? No. Here's Joanna Robertson. She works here. And Guy Hudson doesn't in 1975. Do you think that Ruby Spratt and 5Ps are running this shit together? And that's what she's doing? This is all like some insane fake out to scam money out of the root trees with 5Ps, and he's not actually a root tree? Is that the twist? Because if he's 17 in 1992, then he's before these two would have met. Where's that picture? She was Zach Morton's secretary at a company picnic. I guess it's not impossible. Well, no, if he was born in 1995, though. The genetic test? I mean, those genetic tests are obviously fake. She was fucking... Ruby Spratt's been caught doing some freak shit. I think the twist is that this guy's not a root tree. That's my feeling. And then... I think one of these two is a root tree. I'm pretty sure. I need to see... Is it in Chef's signature? The offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices. Melissa Cohn. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James. Oh no, so this guy. Yeah, no, this guy, right? That wears a sous chef jacket his whole life. That's right. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. Mother was a chef. My mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. No memories from the farm or anything like that. We moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. Even wrote a fun book. We moved. They were looking to open their own restaurant together and never got off the ground. There was something about this. I had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. We were old enough to go to school and we spent our days with my aunt. I think it's Robert, actually. 'Cause I think it's only one of them. But I want to find... Take me back to the board. Guy Hudson takes over. Christine Farrow's hired. Christine Farrow becomes Christine Garland in 77. In 78, Christine Garland leaves. I wonder what the... Okay, yeah, we'll just go with our guesses. I think that... Oh, do I know how old this guy is? Hold on, take me back to Chef's signature. Maybe the older one that would move? But no, because he has a memory of living there, right? And I'm pretty sure, I don't remember where it says this, but I'm pretty sure they moved because she got pregnant and the kid wasn't theirs, but the father just kind of tanked it and moved on. I'm trying to find that because I'm pretty sure that was the storyline for this family, but I can't remember it. But I can't remember it, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he's a root tree and he's not a root tree, is my belief. Because he has the memory of being there. Although the time frame is really narrow, actually. Isn't it? Show me the company records again. Because it's like... He becomes Christine Garland in 77 and then leaves in 78? That's not that crazy. They could have had a kid over the course of a year. Which one has redder hair? Actually, good point. I don't think the hair gives it away. Yeah, I think it's like this for these. I think there's no way to know about Min Lang Min. I think it's ambiguous, but we'll come back around to this. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, Susan Ford. Pretty sure we have no way to know on Suarez right now as well. I probably need this clue, whatever it is. These two I also think we don't know. I actually kind of just feel like I don't know shit, man. Pretty sure she is, you know how you prove it without DNA. Yeah, but like, we don't have any hard evidence that these two even met, you know? That's the problem. Oh, we have all the information for these guys. So we know that these two worked together, and we know that this guy found out about the affair. Published one copy. Have the page count. Narrative was torn to bits. He sent his mistress Susie something into the bathroom. Right. And so we know they were together. It was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after that, and that was the last that ever came up. And we know that he knew that they were cheating. And we know that... This one also feels like you can't know for sure, right? I gotta tell you, it feels like you just can't know for sure in general. Maybe you're supposed to say yes because, like, we know that they were cheating. But we can't know for sure. Like, I have no idea if these two are correct or not. I have no idea about this guy. This is just a theory. And why do I think you aren't? I think I'm just gonna start ducking clues now. Alright, duck. Player search for Anonymon. Mentioned a periodical art. Grrr. Anonymon. It's in news time. Ciao. Anonymous. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase anonymum in Newstime came the week after, issuing an apology for featuring her in the first place. The initial cover article has been added to your evidence. Through a DNA test that Anonymum's daughter was not a roottree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree but did not coin the phrase anonymum, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Roottree family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5Ps, she wished to remain anonymous and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in Newstime, she realized she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottree company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottree, and all the payments were allegedly made in cash. Using the details she provided to Newstime, their reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. Cecily fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and this new story was subsequently published. Okay. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period when many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone. So it could be these? Could be Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing, or it could be Beatrice Watts and Corrine Schwartz. Probably these two would be my guess. That wasn't the thing, by the way. Oh, sorry, I have to go to Piketty. Anonymum the Anonicon. Piketty is not afraid to expose details that other publications would avoid. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Roottree was not a Roottree, Piketty exposed personal details about the story of Anonymum under the headline Anonymum the Anonicon. It said Anonymum worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina, and her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, didn't identify Newstime, perhaps to avoid being sued, is named Corrine S. Okay. So this is actually true, is what it looks like. That she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymum and Corrine were in on it together, and even speculates they may have been lovers. Piketty is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Okay, it actually seems like Piketty... Corrine Schwartz, so this is Beatrice Watts. Okay, I mean, I get the picture. This is Beatrice Watts. Watts? Is that it? Probably. Department? What is this, like retail? And then this is your daughter, who is actually real. and probably true. So we're looking for Courtney May Schwartz. Courtney May Schwartz. Okay. I mean, it was worth looking. Might have spelled it wrong as well. It's hell flipping through these things sometimes, I feel like. Oh no, that's not her. Sorry, she's Courtney May Watts. Search all. We go here. Courtney May has a simple website with black text on a white background and a few images. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who has visited it. She's not shy about claiming she is Jane Doe Roottree. As proof, she has posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on News Time, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who had been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, "The True Story of Jane Doe Roottree," courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Courtney May writes, "Everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody at the Roottree company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines." The site has a scanned letter from the Ruby legal group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Rootrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the 5Ps article appeared in News Time, and it seems legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. "Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying, because her story was just like 5Ps. But my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing 5Ps on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way News Time would agree to it and help her get on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first." Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Wow. Towards the end of her page, she discusses the DNA test that defends her mother's character. "My mom's amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about the DNA in college, but I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident that there is nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong or DNA is complete bullshit. My mom would not lie. Science is lying." She's close. Cool. Courtney May and Danny together forever. I mean, we can pretty clearly see what's going on here, yeah? I get it. That's you. I'll do the wedding photo. I like that one more. You're Daniel. Sorry, not Daniel. You're Daniel. Oh, I lost his name. I had it just a second ago. What was it? Newton. You're Watts, Courtney May, and you're a nurse? Possible roottree? Yup. Oh, I see. It's, sorry, that's you. And you. Okay. Any possible roottree guesses we haven't filled in yet? No, I think we have them all, but I'd like to do some more digging on this guy. I'm gonna duck his clue. Yay. Oh, I don't wanna hear about this. No, tell me about this guy. No, this is not what I want. Tell me about fucking Flavio. I know! Alright, we go search Ryan and Cork, fine. Ryan and Cork. Ryan and Cork is an unremarkable law firm based in North Carolina named after its senior partners Winston Ryan and Gregory Cork. The firm mostly handles local cases and recently represented Anonymon. Their website has a section about the case, including a scan of the DNA test results that proved the Jane Doe root tree was not a root tree. Okay. Test says that there was virtually no chance that Anonymon's daughter, Courtney May, was a root tree, because the DNA from a Jane Doe was tested against the DNA of Bonnie Kellogg, nee Hudson. Ryan and Cork, who represent Anonymon, have confirmed that the sample they sent to the root trees was definitely Courtney May's hair. Test from a company called DNA Techo, and a doctor has circled the results and signed the paper. I guess we'll just keep digging. DNA Techo, pronounced Dynatico, is a DNA testing company. DNA testing is a relatively new phenomenon that allows scientific laboratories to prove it's a possible family relationship between two people. Fairly cutting edge, the method by which they test samples has only become standard in the last decade, as of the early 1990s. According to their site, DNA Techo was responsible for the DNA test that proved Felix Fellows was a root tree, and even used it as an example of how DNA test looks. They use it to provide some information about their process. Whenever they take a sample in person, they put their name of the person on the test according to their legal ID, which is why it says David instead of Felix. Because Guy Hudson is dead and there is no known DNA source for Guy, they tested Felix's hair versus a hair sample sent from the root trees. It's listed as Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person, but the root tree company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg, Guy Hudson's sisters, and that's why it is a paternal aunt test. The left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of the two people in question and nobody else. The way the test works is that if certain parts of the signature are shared, then it's very likely two people are related. As far as you can tell, DNA Techo is a legitimate company. They don't seem to have any reason to create fake results or hide the truth. Bonnie Kellogg, alleged paternal aunt, child Jane Doe. Oh, can I search this guy? Adrian Rowland? Oh. Maybe Dr. Adrian Rowland? Aw. That would have been cool. Find out that guy's a hack. Alright, I wanted to look. The answers you got from their website. According to the website, is the famous test that proved Felix Fellows was a root tree. Gives permission to post as an example for their potential clients. The site says there's a 99% chance he's related to the alleged aunt who's listed as Jane Doe. 16, 15, 16. I just want to go 15, 16, 15, 16, 9, 11. Oh. Well, they just fucking lied. I see. Yeah, this is a different person. Okay. Well, I mean, that pretty much locks this guy up. Oh, we didn't do this one. I think that this is another one, though, where, like... I'm pretty sure Frank Williams is a blood relative, but we have no way to know for sure, right? But he never knew... Well, here's what we know. He never knew his father. There was a point in time where Gwyneth was yelling at Elias saying, like, what about Bess, right? We know those. So we know that there was an affair between them. So I guess maybe you're supposed to call it and be like, yeah. But, like, can I definitively say this? No, but I think the game probably thinks I can definitively say this, is my guess. Like, realistically, I don't think I can definitively say yes to any of these, honestly. Alright, Duck. Your Mary Beth's children are root trees, and you're gonna have to do some more digging. Search for Mary Beth. Didn't I do this already? Mary Beth, Clementine, and I'm pretty sure I did this. Periodicals. Mary Beth, Clementine. Pretty sure I read this. She visited Miracles Church twice? $1949 and then 1953? Do you think these are both Miracles children? Two people left unchecked? Who? Up there? Oh. Huh. Oh my god, look at all of this shit, man. So I feel like I was supposed to spend more time looking at these guys, I guess. I don't know. Let's go back over here. Mary Beth visits twice. So maybe you're supposed to just say, like... She adopted two children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Twice divorced. Passed away. I think that you... Wait, like, is it possible? Maybe. I don't have enough information about this guy, I don't feel like. Where's the email? Information about the Regina Clementine Nee Salazar. The police officer never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a roottree, estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. Behind his back, normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she has some pretty credible facts. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was a pretty well-known singer in the 30s to 50s. Know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. She said that Stuart told her that they always spend a lot of time in Miracles Church. Photo to prove she is who she says she is. I don't know. I feel like I have no idea if Stuart Clementine is or is not. I think I have a lot of good feelings that Mark is because of the whole basket baby left on the doorstep thing. But I think that I have no way to know if Stuart is or is not a root tree. The pathologic for each one at the end if you don't feel like combing through everything. Yeah. I'm feeling like I'm about done with this game. I feel like there's probably a bunch of extra information you're supposed to go hunt through here to find out about Gwyn maybe not being a root tree, but I don't know how you would even find this. After divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. From earlier. Name undeniable. My father constantly preached the importance of family names. Famous names. Nothing wrong with Cornwall, but root tree has power. By Wild Bill. More closely. Yeah, I get you. I don't want to know about that. Okay, fine, we'll go search the fucking... This dog sucks. I hate this guy. Just tell me about what I'm looking at. Business watch. Ruby something. Come on, duck. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Rock Rafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Sprout and her company, were featured in Business Watch out of the company. Yeah. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes. Yeah, okay, cool. Tell me about the shit I care about, Duck. Foster Foundation mentioned that it goes by another name, the Fountain of Youth. I'm pretty sure I searched this as well. Older version, was this relevant in the old game? Yeah, that just means that that's the same thing that was in the base game. Honestly, I think I don't care about these kids. I'm gonna go with, because they're in like this, I'm gonna go with no and no. Really, I just want you to tell me about this guy. I want to see the one article I'm missing about Flavio. And the one I'm missing about her. But I bet I need to search her in somewhere else, maybe. Let me just go give her a periodical search real quick. What's her name? Lucy Lang? Sam was listening to Business Watch for her work with Corporate Synergistic Solutions Unlimited. She's in an article about consultants that corporations hire to facilitate large internal changes. She was featured in the article as a small bio section followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. Lucy's bio section mentions she grew up in a small Arkansas town, the oldest of 4 children. She's only the second person in her family to ever have even left the state since her great-grandparents relocated. Is this a different person? Her great-grandparents relocated in the early 1900s. She earned her degree from a prestigious New York college, started as a junior associate synergy engineer, and in 8 short years has worked her way up to the company ladder. This is the wrong person. Now at age 32, she's the youngest lead synergy engineer in the company's history. The article calls her one of the top facilitators in the US due to her work on a merger between 2 regional dial-up service providers. So for organizational changes, the company managed to eliminate over 200 redundant positions as part of the merger, making it an instant success. Is Lucy the mom? I don't think so. Also, that wasn't even the right clue. Yeah, that's just a fake Lucy. Woman is a roottree who cares if she had an affair unless someone snuck another woman's baby in her vagina. They're definitely root trees. She could have adopted them. Or this could be a fake. I'm missing key genes. It's always the fuck. Everything I've missed so far that matters is just, oh, I had to search in a periodical. Ugh. Key Genes Company was mentioned once in an article you already read about the head of Lang Tai, but then again, and it's always like something I already searched everywhere else but didn't search one of the periodicals for. Whistleblower came forward to the U.S. government about key genes, which was said to have been founded in China by a partnership involving an American and Chinese medical specialists, who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions the whistleblower's claim Chi genes will sometimes claim that they performed IVF when they did not, so it'd often be used as an excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. The Department of Health and Human Services, credible evidence, speculated, couldn't imagine a world where the company would be allowed to continue operation without facing serious legal or financial consequences. Okay. That doesn't really change anything in my eyes. Like, it's very heavily implying, right, that the IVF was a cover-up. But do we know that for sure? I don't know. I guess, right? It's like, it's so heavily implying that the IVF was a cover-up that I think you're supposed to check this up. That's what I feel. I think Mania, but you're a sucker for this type of game. I think that the part of this game where you like open an article and it has like 5 things to search and you just keep going, that's really good. But then it's like you get to the dead end and you're missing information and you go, well, I guess I go search every periodical to see if I missed anything. About her not being able to get pregnant to cover up the affair of the smoking gun. Yeah, it's probably good enough. But it's like also, I don't know, they had an affair, but what if the pregnancy was fake? Or what if they didn't get pregnant off of that? What if there was someone else? I guess that's too far, you know? Didn't Lang Jinyao have more kids? Yeah, she had Mark. I think we're supposed to assume that she's a root tree. And then you got Flavio here, who I still can't find. Come on, Duck. Oh, found the use in the Portland Telegraph. This is what I want to do, Duck. I want to find... It's Nia. It's, again... Fucking... Alright. Nia Alves owns many forms of media in Brazil under the umbrella of Transmi Sao Paulo. Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. The most relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to a difference in laws. The groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and Middle East. Due to lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there has been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories on Transmi Sao Paulo's channels. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claimed that this was to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. Child brides were not outlawed in Brazil until 1990. It also claims that the past appearances with her husband have been for show, they do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making this statement, the reporter went into hiding for fear of his safety. Okay, I mean, we can assume that then this is checking Flavio. She hates this guy, has a mysterious amount of money, and was at a party with Guy Hudson. Seems pretty straightforward to me, I gotta say. There's another thing from that? Oh yeah? All these folks have had a lot of money. Oh, that's true. Does she have a lot of money? Donation for the wing. Probably that means that the twins are his kids, because he gave them money for that, right? I guess the travel expense, you're supposed to go, that's too much money. He gave money to, what's her name? This is nothing. Any others? Doesn't look like it. $10K a month? I mean, that's just kind of in line. Residential office refurbishment? I mean, I guess that's probably fine. Alright. I think I'm done. I don't know about these ones, basically, but I think that this is probably true. How do I end this game? I'm ready. I'm ready. Let me out of here. These are the final optional entries you found? Yup. Who the fuck was that? Family tree complete. Where's my booyah? There it is. Alright.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
1 week later. Oh, they're back.
Using
where's
the family
Clark?
tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you.
They
and fill you
killed
in on
Clark, what the
everything
fuck?
We've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up.
What's he doing there?
Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson.
Oh, okay.
Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women.
Uh-huh.
He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Oh, you're supposed to go actually connect the, like, names of the kids to the flavors?
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying. Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
Fucking Zigua. Yeah. So he was just paying all of them. Just every one of them. Yes. In fact, Guy Hudson was sleeping with all 5 women.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party.
I don't remember if I got this right.
Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Right, yeah.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Oh, wait, okay. So I got these mixed up because I thought it was like, I guess I just didn't catch the 3 years younger. Yeah. So he was the one, and then they moved and Robert's born 3 years later. Okay. I got him flipped. Unlucky.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin Yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even?
Why did they put that in parentheses? She just said that out
When
loud.
she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive, but her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
I feel like this one is like the weakest to me because they never directly confirm that they meet. It's just like this one is actually there was a woman in like a 5-mile radius near Guy and she was pregnant at some point. Therefore, they had an affair. And you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. It's true. He's kind of like that.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband.
Mhm.
She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private.
He was paying her. He was paying her. It's true. But I also feel like you don't necessarily. You could just look at the flavor and go, maybe they're making that flavor. Guy, he was incompetent.
Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
Dude, he's kind of so sick with it. I'm not gonna lie to you. This guy, he takes over his family's candy company and he goes, yeah, fellas, we're gonna stop making candy and I'm just gonna fucking knock up a bunch of women and then pay them off. Good for him.
Last was Susan
Live your
Ford,
dreams, Guy.
hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof.
Are you fucking with
She
me?
and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price
Okay.
of twins.
I was gonna say, you better not be fucking with me and telling me these two weren't real.
So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer. They
Yeah.
both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
Also, there was, if I look up the Fountain of Youths again, another magazine. But if I look that up, I find out that Ruby and David were friends.
Ruby was the one who approached the root trees to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
Yeah.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know.
Yeah, they're gonna kill
We
her.
suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's.
Yeah, turns out Bonnie Hudson and Bonnie Hudson aren't related.
Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune,
They do just redistribute it to themselves.
they became just as greedy as the
Yeah.
worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
Classic communism loses again, fellas. Well, well, well.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true, She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this.
I mean, it's pretty obvious she's a redhead. That's just GG.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth
I
Clementine.
gotta say, it's kind of fucked up that Miracle was actually right the whole time.
Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle, and the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name.
Yeah,
to win
after
that
she
silly
became the
contest.
fucking Tostadinator.
Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why
It's
they'd
kind
be
of cool. I
connected
did
in that
actually
way.
catch the Tostadinator. It was very cool to find out that that was fucking Miracle Jr.'s sister-in-law. That was a good one. Got that one. So I think I just flipped the Garland boys and that's it.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous.
Yeah, and Elias's.
Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after.
Oh, is this
leaving
gonna be
her
the one
only
we want a
son an
question mark
orphan.
on?
The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other
Yeah,
relationship.
they wanted a question
I
mark
wouldn't be
here.
surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests
miss
will
Clark.
be in person.
Remember when Clark
for
was
both
here?
parties. Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness.
Does Ron not exist?
At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating
Oh,
that she had become familiar with it.
no. Okay, Huntington's disease. Gotcha.
Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together.
Yeah, I sure wasn't gonna do that
Not
shit.
with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof. Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancet Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby. All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully, but we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Attention, attention, root trees. This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you.
What does it mean based on an original game by Jeremy Johnston?
Is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites. Sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's Clancet Trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners, cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear the spread my other cheeks and or turn my other cheeks and spread them line. There's family doku after the credits? Sure. Family Doku. You'll get the official Family Doku website for information on the logic puzzle book written by Christoph Rogan. There's a post up about the computer version of the puzzles. When we launched the demo version of Family Doku at home, a lot of our fans were excited about our intuitive and revolutionary interface and how clever the initial 5 puzzles were. When we launched the full version, even though we doubled the number of puzzles, Doku at home. Logic puzzles on your home computer. This sounds interesting. You download the link and install Family Doku at home. Holy crap. How do you even find this? Rectangles denote descendants of the family. Ovals denote spouses who married into the family. All marriages are between a man and a woman unless marked with a rainbow. The book on your shelf in the room? Children's last names are always inherited from their father. All been named in alphabetical order. Okay. Well, it's like Sudoku, but family? You got Corbin Tilley. James Sharp, Robin Poe. So this guy, Rob Poe. This guy marries in. Gotta assume that this is Rob Poe. Yeah, what is? Show me the fucking rules again. Names are always inherited from the father. So it could be like this? Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Alright, one more, then I gotta go to bed. I gotta wake up in 5 hours. I was hoping to finish this game like 2 hours ago, but you know. What can we do? Okay, so we got Apple, Apple, Opal, Sweeney, Sweeney. You got this one here, which makes me feel like this has to be Apple or Sweeney. Apple, Apple, Opal. So you would have to be Iris Geller, right? Get a beef before bed? Of course. Will there be a stream tomorrow? No. What? No? No, okay. I'm misunderstanding. Is it? Oh, it's in alphabetical order, so it's like this? I get you. And then... No? Oh, because these are both women. Sorry. I seem to be misunderstanding something here. Is this not a valid solve? Because you'd be Onsen marries in, and then they have two Sweeney kids. Children inherit the father's name? Father. Oh, you're right. Wait. No. Oh, Sam is a man. That's why this isn't valid. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 apples. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I mean, it does have to be Earl Apple. These have to be correct. So then... Sweeney, Sweeney, Sweeney. It's like this. No? Hold on. Apparently not. Same as male, he has to be the middle? I don't think so. Unless then it's like this? No. Sam Apple has to be Sam Sweeney's dad? No, but like this kid, this guy... I guess he can't be anyone's dad. Because there's not another apple. Unless, like... It has to be the patriarch? Why? Is there a rule about that? Family members with the same first name? No. You just have to like brute force that to find that out? There's gonna be ABC order with the man in the middle? Oh. The same first name must follow special generational rules. If men, they must be father, son, or grandfather, grandson. So these have to be... You're a man, and you're a man. There you go. Okay. Alright, let me do one more. Father and son share both first and last name. The son must have a junior appended. This pattern continues with 3, 4, etc. Okay. Michael Dean Jr., Michael Munson, Tyler Munson. 1, 2, 3, 4 Deans. Is there a woman whose name doesn't fit? Yeah, you must be Nia Andre. Probably Michael Dean. And then it would just be Michael Dean Jr. LM, so it'd be N for you. Is there any way to know who's who here? Is it just alphabetical? What's the rule? One son to be grandson? Oh, because he's the same first name. Yeah, okay. Got it. This is pretty fun. Hyphenated last names are always created from the last name of both parents. Alright, I'm done here. Hyphenated last names? Alright, I'm out. Alright, it's been fun. That's the end of Root Trees. For real. I thought we were going to be done with this game 2 months ago. Now we're done for real. Thanks for watching. I will not be live tomorrow. There might be movie night. It depends on when I get back from my game. I will most likely be live on Sunday, but if I'm out until like 1 a.m., maybe not. The root trees deserve to die? I don't know, man. I was hoping that the root tree curse was going to be real. Instead, we just found out that guy Hudson did a lot of fucking. And more Mystery Friday games. If I can find a good one, we'll play another one. It's been fun. Bye-bye.